Oh boy. Happy Friday, good guys, crypto enthusiasts, ladies and gentlemen. It's your boy, Crypto Saint, and I'm so glad to be here. I'm glad that you guys are here. Definitely had a nice aggressive move down to the downside. Those that were short from previous calls earlier in the week, you are sitting in some juicy profits right now. Now, we have been discussing different types of setups in the events of scalps. It's been a lot of repetitions over the course of this week, especially on the short side. I think the shorts are going to be a little bit more favorable going through the course of the day. And if you are longing, I'd be looking at these as potential longs. We'll be discussing that today as we go through this stream. As usual, if you guys have any questions for me, any misunderstanding about the setups, always feel free to chime inside of the chat section. Be sure to be following the page for future streams. We do this every single week. Today will be a little bit of a longer session in the sense of going to about 4:30, 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. And then we'll just be vibing. We'll be looking at USDT. We'll be looking at ETH. We'll take a look at BTC, what's going on over there, and essentially try to establish good setups, whether we need to be looking at scalping or holding for a little bit longer. That being said, let's give everybody the opportunity to hop on in. Let's just do a quick audio check, make sure that I am coming in clear to you guys. You guys have a little bit of music in the background to fill the silence when we are focused and locked in. So let me know that you guys are getting that good quality. Yo. No, this is real behind me. This is all real behind me. It's clear. Cool. And the music is coming in just fine for you guys too. It's not too loud. All right. So I'll just turn that up a little bit for you guys. A little bit of DJing, a little bit of trading, a little bit of it all. Quick pray in. Father God, thank you for this day. Thank you for this week. I thank you for every individual that's tuning in today to this stream. Allow this stream to provide the patience and the guidance that they need to go into the weekend and be prepared for another week. We understand that we are not doing these trades under our own understanding, but guided by you and your doing. Lord, I ask that you protect every individual in this stream, every family that they represent. That way, when they go into the weekend, they have peace, not just in their trades, but peace within you. We pray all this and dedicate this stream to you, Father. In Jesus we pray. Amen. Let's get it right. I'm not praying for you, but I'll pray with you. Let's take a look at some charts here real quick. Got to give you an idea of what I'm looking at here. So last we were discussing yesterday, we were looking at potential flag setups in the event that there could be a flag that's going to be set up over here. You know, kind of like what we were looking at over here at the top. You know, we were looking at shorts, not being overly committed to shorts. You know, short them, take your profits, maybe look back for another entry, take profits, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. So we maybe start seeing the same thing develop here on longs, right? Catching maybe a good push down to the bottom. But if this pattern maintains itself, it's kind of evident, right? I mean, it looks a little engineered, if you will, a little too engineered. So I'm a little cautious about that, to be quite honest with you, because we do have these lower lows that are forming, but they're just forming way too perfect. So it's something that we just need to be cognizant about, because we could also ultimately just get a flush and it completely invalidates the pattern. So if you do see a flush here, it's not just going to be me, myself, that's seeing this. This is going to be the vast majority of a lot of traders that are out there. Just the pattern formation is starting to begin here. So if we do get a flag, that's going to be an aggressive move. We're going to go ahead and measure that out just so we have an idea.
With YouTube Music Premium, listen to your favorite songs.
All right, let's go ahead and change something around with this music. There you go. In the event that we do get a flag out of this, you know, depending on where it breaks out from. So let's just assume it's at the apex. Still bearish territory, but pretty darn bullish in the grand scheme of things of how long we've had a downtrend. So to see another impulse like that, then that's essentially a continuation pattern. So that would essentially tell us that all of this right here that we're seeing right now is just bullish retest. We're looking into some type of consolidation here in this area, and then we would have an up push. Now the opposite would be if we see a flush down to the downside, then essentially you see institutional money, whales, what have you, stepping in, and they're actually shorting on support levels, or quote unquote support levels, and that's why you'd see a flush. Next levels that I'm really monitoring, we're going to be inside of this area right over here. This was a previous resistance level, so there's a gray box that you see. This sits right around 32.15. We have some imbalance that sits right around like 32.07. Just giving you guys a quick recap on what we've been discussing through the course of the week. And this was a major area, right? Like we got to this area, we had some resistance a couple times in a row, roughly for about 3-4 hours, and then we had a big massive push to the upside. We haven't technically retested this area just yet, so it's something that we need to be paying attention to in the event that we do come to this level. We can push up. You could still get a flag from that as well too. So, you know, from a flag perspective, or at least a vertical run up, right? Because this is a vertical run up. Usually see like a 0.618 to 76% retracement, and you can still get a flag. So if I'm going to be looking at this from just a flag perspective, I'm going to go from here. Let's go to the top right over here. And let's go ahead and flip this around. We can get rid of this 0.32, although we're just kind of bouncing off of that. We kind of flushed underneath that. I do want to get rid of that. It's not necessarily the strongest of fibs. So, you know, if you did long inside of this area, you're just longing a trend line creation, if you will, then you got to treat that as a scalp. I already scalped out a couple bucks on it myself. Did like 130 on it so far, something small. This covered fees. If I go back to break even, then so be it. I go back to break even. But these levels right over here, 32, that's a 0.5 fib. We can come to that level, still get a little bit of a flag that forms like this. Actually, let's move this out. And let's move this out a little bit more. Right, this is just the assumption that we hold this pattern. Yes, we'll make lower lows per se, but then if we start getting an uprise right over here to this trend line, we want to look for a breakout inside this zone. And vice versa, right? If we get to this area right over here and we fail to break out, then it's just not ready yet. Then that would be a potential short area for you for a scalp short. Hopefully that makes sense to you guys. I'm hoping it does. Sorry about that. So now just kind of looking at these levels, see if they can maintain. Good morning. Moy Dai. I'm doing well, brother. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Got the good old caffeine in. Had a little bit of breakfast, a little bit of late start for me, but I chose rest over fighting to get to a stream, to be quite honest with you guys. So, but nevertheless, still going to be here, still going to guide you guys as much as I can. However, if you were with us through the course of the stream yesterday, and you were looking at some of the levels that I already had marked off as far as limit orders, my limit orders hit this morning. Actually, I think maybe right around New York Open, a little bit after New York Open. So I felt confident that those that were here, 30, 40 plus people that were here vibing with me for those hours, you saw those levels that I was looking at that I had marked off even on my own chart. So yeah, I didn't remove any of those, still maintained them, got into a little bit lower on some adds to that area, and then took a little bit of profit as we moved up just to cover fees and things of that nature. The spoon don't get much bigger. That's what's good about a lot of these can't trade anymore, lost capital, but I like to watch. Dang, sorry about that. But what's good about these streams is, you can always go back to them, like, all right, well, I missed the stream, I wasn't there live, but what was Saint talking about today? What are going to be some of those levels? And then what I'll try to do specifically for our Discord is I'll try to take some of those videos as they get uploaded. They are rather large, so they take like a day or so in order to be finally uploaded onto YouTube here. But what I will do is I'll go ahead and post inside of corners, and then just kind of give a transcript recap as far as what we're looking at, so that way you guys can kind of fast forward through it. Let's see, not promising on that, because that's going to be another thing that I would have to carve out. How'd you lose capital, bro? No stop loss, or just you had to withdraw? Let's take a look at order blocks at the same time here. Remember yesterday we were talking about that order block, this little cluster that sits over here from like 32.75. Let's see what these whales are doing. Still a little bit heavier on the still sitting heavier on heavier on shorts. Heavier on shorts. I mean, makes sense. I'm short from 33.69 and long from 32.55, something like that. Yeah, you can see it on your screen there. $33.69, $32.55. And I have some limits that are set for right around like 32.41. I'm probably actually going to adjust that to 32.32. I went to 32.28, looking at the top of this right over here. This area over here. So if I get another flush, I get another push down. This essentially is going to be the area that I'm looking at testing, which is like 32.26. So I set one right around like 32.28. If you're new here, this is your first time here. This is what essentially I do every single week. I walk you guys through different types of setups, things that I'm looking at that I'm personally taking as far as like setups and trades, things of that nature. and then try to guide it as best as possible. There are going to be some W's, there are going to be some L's. It comes with the territory, but at the end of the day, we want to make sure that the L's are a lot smaller than the W's. Essentially, nobody should get liquidated while they're on these trades. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now. Because if we come back over to the chart, you know, the previous resistance level right over here before we had that push down to like 3057 was right over here. And then if I look at the 50% benchmark just based on this up thrust, just taking 50%, that kind of puts me right around like 32 inside that area, which would relatively be what's the best way of putting this? That would be a bullish level as long as price action can hold above it. If it breaks below it, then yeah, we now start entering into bearish territory, but then we get into like this golden pocket area, if you will. I'm going to go to a higher time frame, just kind of give you guys some perspective as far as what I was looking at through the day. You know, we still have 3204s that sit right around 0.382. We did have a small bounce off of that 0.236 level, but nothing that was worth writing home to mama about. And so not the strongest fib level. Can we still pull back above that? Yeah, it's quite a possibility. We have roughly about 5 hours left inside of this session. I'm looking at 1382. Let's go ahead and say, let's go 4 back. I'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. So essentially we need to get back into this target, this area, to change the setup phase. I don't see that occurring here on this current session. Just being frank, I think this current session, the next 5 hours, and the next session, it would be about building some type of longs. They're probably going to have a hold going into Saturday. Maybe you're going to be sitting a little bit sideways, even going through Sunday, and then potentially seeing a move going into next week, a quick move up to the upside, and then having a big push down for the remainder of that week. Speculating. I'm not saying that that's what's going to occur, but that's what I would be looking at. Yeah, I mean, we could still have that, right? We could very well be forming the handle here. Could also be viewed as an Adam and Eve setup. You have a low, and then you have a scalp that goes with it. So if you go to patternsite.com, it's a decent website for different pattern structures, and literally just look up Adam and Eve setup. That's exactly what this is right here. So if we are going to be forming a handle here and we truly do have a cup right here, then it would need to occur here in this level. I assumed it was here just based on that move and that thrust up that we had, but considering that we just swept those lows over there and now they're acting as a point of rejection, it's really going to come down to this level if we are going to have a cup and handle. Worst case scenario, then you still have your Adam and Eve. You don't have a cup and handle because it's going to invalidate that level. We're going to come down to this level. So it really needs to defend this zone if you are going to have a cup and handle, which sits around 33.52 and some change. And again, could be testing the previous resistance level that was right over here. But if we lose that, then I would flip my my thesis, if you will. Or I would adjust my thesis, not flip my thesis. I would adjust my thesis to say, okay, maybe there's a potential flag that we could see it here. I'm still positioned short, just maintaining the short. 33.69 is where the short is from. I've actually shorted that a couple times, to be honest with you. I had an initial entry like around 33.90s, 94, took profits on that. Took another entry at 33.91, took profits on that. Then we came back to like 33.71 areas, if you will, and then I decided to short that again, and that's what I've been holding on to, I believe, since Wednesday. So we're going on 2 days here now. But it's a good question in regards to the cup and handle. And if the music's too loud, guys, just let me know. I can turn it down a little bit. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. These levels right over here, we were discussing ABCs, these fibs that are playing out. So, 3241, there's just some confluence that sits inside of these areas. So maybe we get a wick that's into these zones, into these areas. Overall, volatility really is just kicking in on a 4-hour time frame from a DMI perspective. That ADX is running flat, which tells us there's going to be a move that's occurring. It's brewing. It's brewing. Because anytime this ADX gets flat, it has a big push up in whichever direction, whichever who's going to be more dominant, whether that's going to be buyers or sellers, it's going to take it with it. So we'll just use this as an example right over here. Now, mind you, DMI is a lagging indicator, so price action will occur first, and then you'll see DMI kind of reflect that. So you can see how we were coming down to like this consolidation phase, or excuse me, accumulation phase right over here, just kind of moving sideways, 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 and look at your DMI. It's just volatility. That's almost impossible to trade, right? Then ADX fell flat. You can see this little dip right here. And then as soon as price action started to move up, that ADX popped up and then pulled your DMI positive with it to the upside. That's why you start seeing these peaks. Okay, so that's all strength. Then relatively doing the same thing right over here. Just follow the price action. And you can see, volatility, volatility, volatility. A peak, ran flat again. Are we going to see that for a third time? That's the real question here. And where does that peak take us? I'm hoping you guys can see that on your screen. Yeah, I do challenges. I just haven't done one in a while. I haven't done one this year. I was trying to be unique with it, do something different, something where everybody can kind of participate, and it makes it worth their while at the end of the day. I mean, YouTube is a great place for resources, to be honest with you. Our trading community is also a great place for resources in the sense of education. I do get that question a lot, which I'm perfectly fine with, but I mean, I'm self-taught. I've just sat down and just did a ton of research on it and then tested those theories and then see which ones actually stuck. I mean, I can tell you about Ichimoku clouds. I can talk about Kaiju-ten. I can talk about Bollinger Bands. I can talk about Bollinger Band compression. I can talk to you about MACD. The reason I say this is not to impress you, just to press upon. Like I've explored all those different type of indicators and styles and strategies, things like that. And even though I'm versed enough to explain them, it's not something I use in my wheelhouse because I found other tools and other strategies that just give me a little bit better data, a little bit more confidence in my setup. So the point behind that testimony is you have to just go down this rabbit hole and just start exploring. Like, not one trader is going to say, yeah, go to this will show you everything that you're looking for, and by the time you're done reading, you're going to be a phenomenal trader. You got to really figure out really what works with your appetite in the sense of risk management, your temperament. Are you patient? Are you impatient?
One subscription, 2 apps. Try it free.
There you go. Kept on playing commercials. So it's just a nicer way of me saying, like, just start with your research on YouTube. You know, find out a strategy that you think you know, that you can get behind, whether if it's a trading style, whether it's scalping, whether it's intraday or swings, and see if that's something that works for you. Then start exploring different ideas of what people discuss. You know, how to hunt liquidity, how to how to read specific types of candles, what are going to be some of the most important candles that are out there, you know, what usually happens or follows when you see this particular type of candle pattern. And then, you know, YouTube's free. Build your playlist. Build a playlist with exactly what you're exploring. I want to learn about harmonics. All right, cool. I have all these different videos about harmonics. Just good resource, good information. Then do your research based on that. I'll teach you as much as I can, but at the end of the day, you know, you just got to hold yourself accountable in the sense of the research that you're going to do. That's what I did. Oh, you're very welcome. I just turned it up a little bit. I don't know if the music's too loud on your guys' end, so hopefully you guys can hear me, but for whatever reason, just put it inside the chat section if it's a little bit too loud. I'm gonna go back here to 1362. I did get a sell signal on there, but I would anticipate, I want to see something like divergence like this. Right, because it gave me one sell signal here and then it popped up again and then it gave me another sell signal. So I really want to wait for something like that on my side, because I think I would maybe get a little pop and then I get another stronger sell signal. I don't think that comes today in the next 5 hours. I think maybe we'll get that sometime either in the next session, because again, 4 sessions back, 1, 2, 3, 4, that puts us where these red lines right over here are above. This little section right over here. I actually don't even need this. I think this was a don't need that. This is really going to be the area. So I say that to say this, you know, if when you see price action coming down to these levels right over here and say you don't have a short, I think often individuals, they go down to a lower time frame. They're like, well, it's already got a big move down to the downside. Let me get into a short because this thing is just going to continue to keep going. It's going to reverse this entire candle over here. And often I'll see or read, you know, people, they get pushed out, it runs back into entry and they just get chopped. So just be patient, sit on the side. If anything, if you're looking for an entry, I'd be trying to hunt longs, short-term longs, little scalps here and there, boom, 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 in and out. And then, you know, one of them are going to stick to where it's actually going to push you to the higher levels. If you can get into 33.53, because 33.53 is still going to be a pivotal area no matter what. It doesn't matter how many times we visit that area. We have to flip that level in order for us to truly have continuation. So if we do collect enough liquidity here down to the downside, that can create that fuel that we need to move up. Right? There's not that many pockets that's inside this zone. I mean, we'd have to clear all of this, including these levels right over here. So it would have to be a very aggressive move. And there's more liquidity to the downside right now. If you're pointing down, if you're looking at it from that perspective. Actually, we can go over to CoinGlass and we can look at that together. And you can see, you know, right over here, there's a ton that sit at 3,071. I wouldn't even say that's a ton. There's a good amount that sits right inside that area. How does that correlate with our chart? That's 3,071. That's like right over here. That's like a 4% pocket. It's relatively not that large. Now, if we get into where I have much larger pockets that sit right around 27 and some change, 2780, that's down here. So you see all this, these bright green areas, that's a good chunk of liquidity that we can collect, move down to the downside, and that could give us a fuel to move a little bit higher. But then the opposite side of that would be saying, okay, Saint, but what if we do have a flag? Where do we go? Where's the liquidity really going to be sitting at? Well, there's liquidity that goes all the way up to roughly around like 36.55, and I believe when we were looking at this just now on a 55-minute, we were looking at a measured move. It would be, let's say we broke out inside of this area, that puts us right around 36.40, and if we defer back over to our heat map here, our liquidity map here, we can see that there's liquidity all the way up to, again, 36.45. There's a shelf that sits right over here inside this zone. The first shelf that I would need to try to clear is going to be 33.13, just here on this the zone right over here. But there's a bigger shelf here, and there's liquidity that sits in this area. So it's really a 50-50. Which direction does it want to go first? Does it want to go and collect liquidity down back in the 2700s, 2800s, or does it want to collect liquidity to the upside first? If we're going to be going lower inside the month of January, or inside of Q1, let me better put that. If we're going to go lower inside of Q1, it makes a little bit more sense to go and collect the liquidity to the upside first, erase the December shorts, and then reset that essentially so we can get a good push down to the downside. I'll give you an example here. What I'm looking at here, let's just go to a monthly, and let's just take a look at that candle, right? This had a relatively pretty aggressive push down to the downside. This essentially is a bearish candle. So ideally, if we can flush out these areas, individuals under the assumption that we're going to be going higher, get into maybe testing this support level, even testing these areas right over here, 36.64 all the way up to right around like 36.97 inside that area. If we have that potential because there's a flag and we have continuation to the upside, that's where essentially where I would be looking at saying, okay, I think there's going to be a pretty decent heavy short that we can look at here, because ETH has already shown me that it has the potential to push all the way up and wick all the way down here. Mind you, we didn't make a new low, but we also didn't make a new high in the grand scheme of things. So that's just one way to be looking at it, or at least trying to align your mind with trend direction when you're looking at liquidity, things of that nature. Yes, there's some to the downside, but there's also some to the upside. And right now we're inside of this, I would like to call it like the void, for lack of better terminology. It's like, or purgatory in that sense. Like we're in the waiting room. Which way are we going? We're going down to doom, or are we rising up? I hope that makes sense to you guys. If it doesn't, just feel free to chime in. You're welcome. I'm happy to help, man. Okay, I'm glad you guys like the music. Been in crypto roughly going on 9 years now. Charts, stocks, bonds, things of that nature, going on 20 years. Actually, March of this year will be 21 years. No, most favorable right now is to you like that thumbnail? Yeah. that thumbnail, I got a guy that makes them for me. He does really great work. I can't take the credit for that. He does amazing work. So it's always a surprise for me. Like when I see he's like, yeah, you got to stream today. I'm like, yeah. He's like, I got you. And then, I come back the next day. It's like one of the first things I see. I'm like, this is absolutely hilarious. I love this. So he does really great work. But I'm glad you guys like it because I thought that thumbnail was pretty wild too. Wild in a good way. Give me a quick second, guys. I gotta use the restroom. All right, I'm back. What'd I miss? Do you have any way to estimate how much time a graph is going to move sideways? Yeah, this is where you'd use a fib time zone. I have an indicator that does it for me automatically, but you could always do it by hand. All right, so it's going to be this tool right here. It says fib time zone. Music just cut out. Oh, there we go. Give me a quick second, guys. Sorry about that. Hang on. Gotta fix something. Okay. Yeah, it cut out for a second. I'm sorry about that. All right. So what I was trying to explain before I got interrupted, my apologies. Utilizing a fib zone. So I actually already have one here. That's where you see these lines right here, these dotted lines on my chart. If you can't view that here, I'll put it here to where it's a little bit bigger for you. So these dotted lines that you see right over here, I'll take this dynamic off. I don't know why my color bar is off. My color bar should be on. Right over here. So I'm measuring from the swing points from this level to this high right over here. I can move it out a little bit more, but that was my most recent high. And you could also do it the opposite way too. You could also look at it from, you know, this swing high down to this low right over here. And then you can kind of overlap them to give you targeted areas, dates, if you will. So let's just color coordinate this, call this red for the time being. We'll make it a little bit brighter so we can see what we're talking about here. And I'll actually make these solid so they stand out a little bit more for you. So right now we're entering into like a bigger zone, if you will, just based on this move down to here. So you're going to see larger swings, larger candles, and that could be in either direction. So it's just kind of really understanding where that trend is. They don't have to be that large, but they're going to be larger compared to where we were inside of this zone. So usually when you're inside 2 and 3, or excuse me, 1 and 2, it's really going to be tight. You're going to have compression. Just kind of looking at those dates. To the bigger zones, that's going to be your confirmation that you need to hold that position. Maybe you got into a scalp here at the top at 33.90s and some change. Then essentially that can potentially be your swing until we get into this date, which be somewhere around like the 20th of this month. So just that's how you would get an estimate as far as if you're looking at dates and things like that. Possibly. I don't know. See, it's moving on my side, but maybe OBS wasn't picking that up. That's quite possible. Let me take a look. Yeah, no, it's moving on my side. Maybe it doesn't move on your guys' side. Looks like I'm running into frame drop areas over here, but yeah, maybe it was just stuck. Let's go ahead and put that order block on. Not order block. I want to look at tape surf, see what's occurring with tape surf right now. Okay, cool. Yeah, retesting that area kind of makes more sense to me. I think that's how I'm gonna make this this weekend. I think I'll make like a bathroom break or be right back sign. So I have another scene, so you guys know I'm here, but just letting you know I'll be right back. I want to look at this 55. I really want to kind of maintain on a 55. Do you get an 8 that prints it lower? There was an impulse there. I believe that was a shaved head. That's probably why you got that small little push down to the downside. Oh, you run a shaved bottom. Okay. Any other shaved bottom sits right over here. Like inside of this structure. So like these levels are definitely not off the table, in my opinion. So if I were to make a box, we can actually make one here now. Like if we don't maintain that, like here now, and this could be a longer drawn out process before we start seeing those bigger swings. Remember I was just saying you'll see bigger swings once you get into that larger zone. Zone 3 really begins on the 20th. I believe, what is today's date? Today's the 16th, right? Yeah, so might see something like this. And then you'll get a push up. Right, it would clear that imbalance over there in that area. And let's go around the 20th. So if it doesn't occur like that, then maybe it continues to get compressed inside this area. See what I'm talking about? And the measured move will be from wherever the breakout is at. So, you know, even though I was looking at this as being a potential target, that's assuming it would break out here. But if it comes down to like closer towards the apex of that area, you know, that brings the measured move down a little bit more. That brings you to like 35.95. Maybe we don't even reach into the 3600, but we do surpass the 3400s, which were the previous month highs. And maybe you'll see it a little bit easier like this. Right. Just opening that up more. I actually don't even need this anymore. I don't even know where that's coming from. Oh, it's here open. I think I want to see that. I'll do that manually. Okay. That's decent to be paid attention to. Okay. So I just wanted to kind of mark off this area so that way we have the idea as far as, or track the idea accordingly so that way we know what we're tracking here. We haven't looked at USDT yet. Maybe it gets another push down to this level. I don't need that anymore. That looks like a potential wave B. That's not where I want it, but I'll fix it here in a second. Yep. Let's see if one, two, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a big haul. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's easier. That's in a 610. That's in another 2 more hours. So we'll look for that here in the next 2 more hours in the next session. The next session can close beneath that, beneath this level right over here. It'll change that setup phase back into a bullish setup phase, which I'm going to assume maybe we can get into that level. Let's see if I can get a small little sub wave out of that. That makes the most sense to me. Come back and retest that area. And then what I'll actually do is I'll just throw in a fib zone. That won't make any sense. That would though. But you'd have to be drawn out. You have to be drawn out more. And most likely you're gonna come from here. That's what I would look for on USDT. So USDT would probably put us, it comes back into these levels. That'll give me ETH, you know, somewhere back inside of these areas. 32, 32, things like that. I don't think that is necessarily the USDT is done here. So getting into these zones, maybe respecting this area, could go a little bit higher, but I'm essentially looking for a wave B from a harmonic perspective. Could be viewed as like a wave 1. You know, let's assume this was a wave 1, then you get a wave 2, then you'll get a wave 3, which then wave 2 would be wave C for that harmonic, and then wave 3 would relatively be wave D for that harmonic. Then you can go into like a wave 4, potentially seeing a truncation, and then it comes down a little bit lower. ETH will pump a little bit higher. There's a couple different variations to that, but I'm just kind of spitballing what I'd be looking for USDT here. And so obviously getting to this level right over here, 6.285, what have you, that would push ETH down into these levels. So this will potentially be invalidated if it can get to those levels. I'm going to go ahead and just take a little bit. I should have took profit there earlier. I didn't. That's okay. I'll take some here now. Make sure all the time is worth it, if that makes any sense. You know, still a little bit heavier on my long than my short. Let me get back to chat with you guys. For USDT, I'm looking at a 610, 0.76. Here, I'll just share it this way so you can see it better. You should be able to actually zoom if you're looking at mobile. If you're looking from desktop, then that might be the issue, but this is what I'm looking at here for USDT. So looking at touching back into 5.926, somewhere inside that area, maybe a little bit higher, somewhere inside that zone, essentially looking for a wave B for a setup. You know, this wave B can go much higher, but wherever that level decides to start showing signs of weakness, then I would treat that as a wave B. I'd also treat that as like a wave 1, then having an impulse down, not making a lower low. Then you'd have a wave 2 that would essentially form wave C. So contingent on, let's say it does finish at 5.926, that is still speculative. Then if I'm measuring from those levels for wave 2, I'm looking at like a 76% retracement that would put USDT back at like 5.755 inside that region, really maintaining this trend line that it's developed right here. So looking at this as a pivot point, retesting that pivot point, because it just created that pivot point from this initial move right over here. So that was just created here. If I actually zoom in on that, you know, it did make a higher high. I mean, yeah, it did make a higher high. So I want to see the same thing. If that can respect that level over there, then essentially this is the kind of the pattern that I see it in, this triangle right over here, this larger triangle. And then seeing what, you know, what the next move is for USDT once we get into those levels. But 5.755, 5.926 first, get into those levels, then get a push down into 5.755. That push down would push ETH back up. That would most likely push ETH back into that 3340s, 3330s, 3350s inside of those areas. We'll measure that as we get into it. But then we can get an even bigger push down to the downside, which would put us put USDT at 6.2, and that would put ETH, that would invalidate the flag setup, or at least the flag thesis, and that would push ETH down into probably like right around like 3100s, the upper 3100s, like 3198, 3170s, 3207 inside of those areas. That's okay. Yeah, if you hit the gear settings icon, I think you could probably adjust image quality to higher quality. That could be it. But I think I have, as far as output goes, so I'm really open to like you know, long areas over here while USDT is making that move, you know, trying to finish out this move over here. I think there could be some good long opportunities. You know, when you have a wave B, or when you have any type of pivot point, it's usually followed by a wick, a push to the upside, and then a push down to the downside, whichever direction you're trying to measure. So I think, you know, a wave B could come inside the zone, maybe get like a little wick down to here. That would translate into ETH having a small little push down to the downside. You know, that would be pushing somewhere back into these levels right here. Maybe it tries to sweep this right over here, and you get somewhere into here. If you decide to go up first, then, you know, so be it. I'll be positioned. I'll be ready for it. But just based on USDT, should go a little bit higher, which would mean translate to ETH should go a little bit lower. 1, 2, 3, 4. It would need to close above here. 1, 2, 3, 4 here in the next hour to change that setup phase. I don't see that happening. The next session would be another 233. I'm just looking at this current session. 1, 2, 3, 4. We need to close above here, just 3305. I don't see that happening either. So I'll go back to 1362. Maybe 1362 gives us a little bit more of a push down to the downside. and then we can kind of go from there. Yep. Okay, cool. Be right back. Still here.
Big games, big finales, big relief. Get 100 plus channels of live sports, movies.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I woke awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take?
Yeah, BTC sitting right now in a key area that it would need to flip this level to move higher. Maybe get like a double top somewhere around 97,939 inside that area. ETH could potentially do the exact same thing. It would appear like we have a bull flag breakout and then collapse right back down if we do have a double top. We did get one double top. We could get like a triple top. That makes sense. If BTC decides to go to like 103, then we should expect ETH to go to like 35.
Fly away. It's the first time of today.
Me personally, I feel like just building longs makes a little bit more sense, for like a better terminology.
You are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're
One way of looking at it too.
superhero.
False breakout here because you got a throwdown that came right into that. Ran just shy of that, and then right over here you have a high that sits right in here. I'll zoom in on that a little bit more. I'll actually transfer over to something that's a little bit more visible. All right, I was looking at this swing point right over here, pivot point, excuse me. And you have a false breakout, right? If you're assuming that, because you have a throwdown, you have a that looks like a gravestone doji right over there. Open 4682.42. Close 44. So it's not a doji. What's the high? This candle right here. I mean, technically that would be a shooting star. Because that wick, this wick is 2 times the size of this body. Then you had an engulfing. So reversal, confirmed reversal, obviously deep push down to the downside. So I want to utilize these as swing points, pivot points, because if I mark down from here down to where we are currently, you had rejection that ran shy of it, and then I'm measuring it here. Let's get rid of that. I don't need that right now. And let me get rid of that. I don't need that right now. I have a lot of boxes that sit there. I don't need that either. And we ran into this zone again, just above it. And then we tapped into it here. So I think this red line might be a pretty important area for us. I'll take the wave off so we can see it like that. Yeah, that's possible. That trend doesn't show that it's fully done yet though either. And was there a 9 failure? We already had one 9 failure. I want to see if I had any other 9 failures.
Game. You're not ready for it.
It's in a bullish setup phase, so I'm definitely open to looking for longs in that. Maybe I get a false breakout right into that trend, that red trend line again, and then I get a breakdown.
Beautiful sci-fi environment.
I want to test these areas, right? 33, 53 still pivotal area. Like if we fail to close above that on a higher time frame, like a 1362 or even a 610 time frame, like if we fail to close above that, then most likely we're going to come down a lot lower. But we'll probably get a lot of bottom shorters, and so that will create the fuel for us to move a little bit higher. Like people just opening up shorts here on lower time frames, you know, opening up shorts here, getting down to these levels, maybe they make a new low and then it just pushes right back.
More players start coming. It just starts this complete cascade of actions, and you don't know what's going to happen. It is a free for all.
What is this? What am I listening to? Thank you. Yeah, there. That's what I'm looking at. I'll just post it inside of my corner so you have it a little bit cleaner. Give me a second. I'll go to Discord now. Okay, Discord doesn't want to open. Yeah. Okay. I'll post it inside my corner later. Shrek? I don't get it. What you talking about? Unichart? Oh. Yeah. Uni? Do I even have Uni on here? Oh yeah, I got Uni right there.
spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
This wick is really not something that a lot of us can face.
I wanna taste your content, hold your breath and feel the tension.
I mean, this was what, October 10th? Yeah, that's an exchange liquidation day, so this is more like an anomaly. It messes up it messes up TA per se, but just like majority of everything else, everything looks compressed. I can't find this line. There it is.
Just wanna be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the four-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it away. Tonight we gonna let it away. Tonight we gonna let it just like the sunrise.
This was a resistance. Push down, there was some resistance here, and then a push right through it. Yeah, I think this is your demand area, to be honest with you. I mean, you do have another one underneath here, don't get me wrong.
That's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night.
Really, this area hasn't been tested per se, but you had accumulation right over here, then it reaccumulated right over here, then it came back and started retesting the reaccumulation area before it made this move up. It made this moves up. See, it made a move up, came back and retested the same area, moved up higher, came back and retested the same area, and it would keep retesting that area. So if you're going to get a sweep down into these levels, that's essentially what I'd be looking for. Again, this is an anomaly, so I really didn't. If I could just get an eraser and just erase that, I would. But I look at those levels down into those levels. Yeah. Pretty significant support area, because this is the level that literally took it to all-time high, this level right over here. And then this was the accumulation level, if you will, and this is the resistance of that accumulation level before, so possibly coming back and retest it. It tried it once but didn't break down below, right? But you had some pretty, I'd say, strong enough support here in this area. They just kind of flushed out a lot of people inside of the zone. Right, because once you made this high, you're kind of getting into like previous support areas. So, and then obviously again an anomaly here.
We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust.
That's what I would be looking for.
We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow.
Out of curiosity, anybody else long this morning? Or during the course of the day?
We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost.
Yeah, maybe one of these days I'll do that. We'll probably do something like that, maybe going into February. I'll put that on the agenda. Just remind me. Already long, buddy. Yeah, but maybe going into February we can look at something like that. We're like in the middle of the month right now. Yeah, a move will happen. When I'm looking at this compressions, I start looking at imbalance index, and then I start looking at directional move index as well too. I'm on a 55 here, but if I go to like a 4 hour, right, and just look at waves, look at DMI, look at RSI, like we came down to that baseline. And we tapped above us, and this is on a 4 hour. 4 hours, you know, respectively, a decent time frame to be monitoring as far as like intraday wise goes. So, you know, holding above that baseline while you're DMI, I call it the DMI tango. You know, when they start doing these right over here. Let me transition here so you guys can see what I'm looking at. You know, when it starts doing these right over here, this tight little wind like this, you know, when your ADX is underneath your DMI, whether it's DMI negative or DMI positive, DI positive, you know, there's really just volatility. And if you look at your chart, when we're inside this level right over here, look, see? Compression, pressure. Now look where we are right now. They're kind of doing that tango, and ADX is suppressed. So anytime it gets to the suppressed level, it's brewing up for a booming move. It's brewing for a booming move. It's leaning more towards bullish, because if we look at other indicators, you know, from a trend-wise perspective, like this move didn't fully peak out just yet. Right, it's relatively running flat. From a buy signal, you do want to see a sweep. You do want to see a sweep to get a buy signal, but we may get something that looks like this. Right, we did get a sell signal here, but then it continued to push higher, because then you got divergence. You got bullish divergence here in this area, and then you got to push down. Then you got some buy signals here inside this area, inside these zones. And then you're getting divergence, bearish divergence, bear divergence. Sell signal right here, but see that was short-lived. Then you got another buy signal that popped right over here, and then that's where you got that leg. So let's see. You know, there, like I said, there's a move that's definitely going, but it's compressing right now. There's a move that's brewing. That's the best way of putting it. Longs are going to be a little bit more favorable down here, obviously, because it makes more sense. But you do have, from time to time, you have your whale that's out there that wants to position themselves on shorts. You know, when price action is where it's at now. So, for example, you know, 30 minutes ago, we had a couple shorts open at 32.86, 32.76, 32.65, 32.65. So what does that look like on price action? So you can see what I'm looking at here. I'm just monitoring where some of these wallets are opening, the time frames of when they opened. You know, 3, 4, 5, 7 hours ago, some at 32.93, 33.47, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come down to like a 5-minute looking at liquidity. Okay, got it. $33.12, right into that area. So if they're going to squeeze, you know, the bottom shorters, for lack of better terminology, it would be into this area right over here, 33.12 and some change. If they're going to continue to flush down a little bit lower, you know, it's going to put us in the 32.50, sweep that area because we're tapping into some liquidity, and that puts us like in the 32.42 area. That's what I'm kind of showing you on the charts here. That's where these fib levels start to come into play here as far as where there's liquidity. Actually, I'll just open up a dynamic tool for myself, and I'll hunt that on a lower time frame here. Ah, look at that. There's a pocket that sits right around 33.18. So if I'm going to squeeze, I got a major lag on my side. So if we're going to squeeze, sorry, I ran into a delay on my side. My apologies. You know, it wants to squeeze into this area here relatively soon. Possibly even a little bit higher, which is 33, 34, all those. And then if we look at, you know, the shorts from this morning, or not too long ago, I mean, we're talking like some opened just 38 minutes ago, some opened an hour ago, some opened roughly around 12 hours ago. We got 33.07. This was just last night. But then we have the bigger ones that sit around 32.88 as far as the value. 32.88 a day ago. 33.14. We got a 33.60 as well. My short is from where this guy is at too. You've got a decent wallet, 6.5, sitting around 73 for the week. Just short on ZEC and ETH. A lot of these lower 3,300 handles, I mean, I feel like that would just provide a, you know, liquidity. Jeez, this guy's still. Am I seeing that right? This cat is in there from 31.27, 4 days ago. My goodness, you got people in from 3,095. Bro, let me guess, you're still profitable somehow, some way. No, you're not. Okay, that makes total sense. My goodness. 74K in the red. 142%. Wow. I don't get that. I don't get why people would sit upside down for that long. But to each its own. You're sitting on a $6 million portfolio. I'm sure you're good. Jeez, this guy's still in from 3,064. This guy's in from 2,981. Monthly open was right around like 2,970. That was low. I think the open was like 2,970.36, and then the low was 2,970 even. And this guy shorted 2,981. Actually, he shorted it before the year open. He shorted it right on at the end of the month in December. Well, yeah, you had a $1 million account. Now you've lost basically 175,000 on that. I don't get it. You're long on everything else. Well, this probably is one of the reasons why you have way too many trades open, bro. Anyways, I'll digress. You can go down a deep rabbit hole and just kind of make assessments of just looking at what other individuals are doing. But for all intents and purposes, just kind of scrolling up and looking here at where some individuals are opening early, 3286, and then if you defer back over to CoinGlass and kind of look at some of those liquidity pockets, this just grew. This just became a little bit brighter in that sense. So most likely people that were short from this area, they started adding to their short in this zone. So then the average becomes a little bit thicker here inside the zone. And what does that put us at? 33.27s up to like 33.51. And we can see there's a liquidity pocket that sits right over here, actually on the charts. I'll open that up for us. So we got a pocket that sits right over here. I'm gonna go to a slightly higher time frame, see if I can find something a little bit higher. 3309. Better data, higher time frame, so stronger liquidity up to the upside. And now it's flipped down there. So on a 34-minute, I would be targeting somewhere around here up to these levels. Like if I was long, well, I am long, but that's what I'd be targeting. That's what I'd be looking for. People that are shorting, literally that shorted this move right over here. That shorted this move. They're trying to utilize this as a resistance level. I would be looking to be targeting that, take that for liquidity. And if we can get a little bit higher, and I'm gonna take the dynamic off for a second. Actually, if we can get into this level, which is like 3360s, assuming that we are gonna go lower, USDT is gonna go higher, then I would be looking to short those levels, pretty aggressive short, and then ride that with the assumption that this flag is going to become invalidated. If we get to these levels and we just start bouncing in that area, then I'd look at opening hedge longs, taking some profits on the short. See, the reason I'm explaining is because nobody really knows as far as where the final destination is going to be. You just really got to work with probabilities when it comes to your charts. Anyone that's telling you something different. Oh shoot! Anyone that's telling you something different. I just closed my chat by accident. Sorry guys. Hold on. Anybody that's telling you specifically that you're trading with 100% certainty that it's going to go in this direction, hands down, that's something to be questioning, because one, we're trading Ethereum. Not one person has a large enough wallet to control those markets. It takes a pool of those individuals, and I don't think anybody on this stream has insider information like that. Coupled with that, people that don't work with probabilities, I think they're just kind of opening the door just to be hard-headed with that. So while you are trading, I want to give you that information in the sense of have different scenarios in the event that you are wrong. Which direction can it go into? have potential setup saying, okay, if we get to this area, there's some resistance inside that zone. I'm going to be looking up to short, or if we get into a support level, I'm going to be looking to long. And if you start wrapping your mind around that, hedging becomes a lot easier for you. So just want to give you that tidbit real quick. Bum, bum. My wallet makes the MM sync. It's possible. Yeah, it's possible. I mean, we can go to. I would be targeting 3,500 really, to be honest with you, and then that would tell me saying, okay, well, we did have a flush below here. We did flush beneath this fib level, which was 3280 and some change. So everything beneath that was just a liquidity grab. In that sense, people that are trying to long that fib, high leverage, tight stops, ran their stops. Maybe they had stops that were just beneath this low. That's why you see an extension down. Excuse me. An expansion in the sense of that move from a lower time frame. So you have a small expansion into that level. And so then the same story will be again, right? People that are going to have tight stop losses if we get pushed down even harder, it's because money man's moving in. But if we are going to be bouncing off this area, then that becomes a target like 3582s. And as we were looking here on the liquidity map, there's liquidity that goes all the way into the 3500s, 3600s. Does this make sense to you guys? You guys are tracking? Que hola, City. What's going on, man? Good afternoon. God bless you. I don't think any analysis are always going to be 100% correct. You can have high accuracy, don't get me wrong, over time, but I mean, there's going to be some instances where you're wrong, just because there's fundamentals. You know, everyone's talking about, what is the United States going to do with Iran? How's that going to, how's that going to impact the markets? Trump wants to fire Powell. This is going to be the next person that he's positioning for hire. That's bullish for the markets. Like, nobody knows. You don't know how that's going to translate into the market, because crypto overall is still relatively new. I know it's been around for over a decade, but it's still relatively new in comparison to like stocks, gold, silver, or anything like that. So you don't know how that news is really going to translate with cryptocurrencies. It hasn't been regulated or anything like that. So a lot of us have no idea what that's going to translate to. I need to make a bumper that says, "Be right back." Still here, I'll be right back, something like that. I'm good, man. How are you? How's your Friday going? So as we get closer to this Friday, I'd be surprised if we see a push on a Saturday. Not like, oh my gosh, it's pumping. It'd just be like, okay, well, this is one of those anomalies. We typically don't see pumps on Saturdays. Sometimes it's just a matter of holding through that Saturday, and then being diligent on your Sunday around Asia. That's when you start to see a lot of moves, or really around like 11:30 or so on Sundays when you start to see aggressive moves. And then Sunday is really going to be the Sunday at 7 when Asia cash market opens. That's when you're really going to start to see the true move. The move will be developed before, before, and then the true move will happen when the cash markets actually open. So if we open up next week to the downside, we have a higher probability of having a pump throughout the course of the week to the upside. And then the opposite is true. If we have a big pump going into next week, let's say we pump out of nowhere, kind of like what we did here just the other day, like 4 or 5 days ago, into newer highs, 3,500s, 3,400s, we have a good probability going into the remainder of January and even into February, we're going to have a retracement back down. I know we'll revisit 2970s and some change. I think that's where a lot of whales are just holding, just holding that position. Maybe they're not even looking at their charts, but they know they're going to revisit those areas because their liquidations are like somewhere like $5,000. Some of them don't even have liquidations. I don't believe we hit all-time highs here on this move. Inside the first month of January, I think we'll create a balance, clear some of those lower levels. Then going into the later part of maybe like Q2 into Q3, I would be aiming more towards Q3. I think Q1 would hit those lows that we need to sweep. Definitely sweeping last year's lows, or at least second half of the year lows, which was 26.23. I don't believe we'll go below the low that we had for 2025, which is like 1,300 and some change. I think 1,384. But can we sweep 26.23, get into 25.16? Yeah, there's a POC that sits inside that area. And if we look at fib levels, we have 2,200 that sits inside that zone. So that's definitely sweeping those areas. It's still above that 1,300. Still relatively keeps us bullish. If we get to those levels, then, in my opinion, I think we would have up-only transition from that point going forward. But big swings, the swings that, my definition of swing, me personally, would be something that I can sit in for like 2-3 months. Maybe 4 months, 5 months. You can have your smaller swings where you're sitting inside of a position for maybe like a week or so, and then you gotta get out of it. But if we've noticed the pattern of ETH, every pump gets retraced. It just does, and then every dump gets retraced as well too. So it's literally taking out both sides. That's why you can't overly commit. That's why you always constantly hear me saying like, don't overly commit, don't overly commit, don't overly commit. Yeah, the updates are here. They've been inside the stream. At some point, yes, we'll revisit those areas. Not here now. It's Friday. It's towards the end of the week. You're going to start to see things starting to slow down. So Friday is really geared towards scaling out of positions or building a position that you can hold through the weekend. So if you start to see sweeps down to the downside, looking at long opportunities from there. Discord's still not opening. That's weird. And this weekend, I'm going to try to see if set up another monitor here for us. So just doing more things for the streams, make things a little bit more entertaining for you guys. So the boxes that you guys see, these are the levels that I'm looking to see if it can respect and hold those levels. You know, if it violates that level, oh well. Next area that makes more sense to me is going to be somewhere inside of this zone. You know, clear this imbalance. There's a resistance that sits here, but I could see a wick coming down to clear that imbalance into the zone, which kind of lines up with some of our fib levels. This was from an ABC correction that I was measuring before. It came from over here, from that high to that low. So this created a high, this swept these lows right over here. So then I'm looking at ABC, so A, B, and then C can get down all the way down into these levels right over here, which is like 31.98 and some change. It could also bounce here at 32.41. So these are the fib levels that ideally that we're looking at. And we do have confluence at 30.32, which sits around like 32.04. So I think a wave 5 has potential to go there. That's essentially what I'm looking at. Yeah, USDT is just holding that level. One, two. You went right in between there, so you don't even have anything that sits there. That's pretty darn close. I'll take that. Yep, you went right to a 0.618, so you're probably looking at a 4 right now.
Still you're blinded by the lies. So you can see
I think it comes to 0.382.
who do restless every time we start looking.
We get a little push into this level. We'll look at our wave 5 here.
It's paradise with honesty, but in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
Yeah, see, that puts me right where I was talking about earlier. I was looking at 5.926, but I'm actually going to move that up a little bit higher. What do I have here? So I'm going to adjust this to get me right over here. Might even get into that. Let's look at this real quick.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, hold tight.
Yep.
Chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you.
Be shocked if I see that though. Shouldn't go there. If it goes there, then it needs to come here for wave 3, and then wave 4. Wave 3 wasn't done.
So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'll surrender.
So we still have enough data for. I need to go at a higher time frame. That's a little bit more difficult to see that.
Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move.
That's fine. I'll just leave it there. That's okay.
Crunchyroll is now available on YouTube. Enjoy the latest releases.
Crunchyroll is not available. Hold on. I appreciate that, bro. Thanks, man. I'm doing good, Solar. Just grinding. Just grinding. Yeah, I can do some gaming streams. You know, one of these days I'll put it inside my corner. Running Ninja Gaiden. I figured out why Ninja Gaiden was running delayed. I actually had it in the wrong folder, so it was just running into these delays, but I actually updated yesterday and moved it over, and it ran a lot smoother for me, so hopefully that should work. You missed everything. Glad you're here. Now we're just looking at some levels right now for USDT, and we're looking at some levels for ETH at the moment right now. I scalped a little bit of my long so far that I had, from 3250s. I'm fairly confident we revisit that area, either by Asia, this tonight, or by Sunday. Perfect world would be, pushing to here and then be able to get into the zone, maybe even to this zone, and take some profits. And there's good amount of liquidity that sits right around 33.23. We're kind of looking at that here on a heat map. You can notice it there. So we're looking at those zones right inside here. That'd be one. And if I actually throw in a dynamic for us and float down to, like, I think it was a 13-minute we were looking at. Yeah, it's a 13-minute. So like right inside this area right over here, there's some liquidity. It's right around like 31, 33.20s, what have you. And there's small little pockets over here. So I think that would be just short of a blessing if we can get to those levels. Then I'd look to just opening back up shorts again and shorting it back down to get down a little bit lower, because I think USDT has some more room to go a little bit higher, in the sense of how it's currently developing. So I was looking at this, being wave 1, wave 2. This currently is a wave 3. Maybe get a wave 4 here and then get a wave 5. And if that's the case, then I'm looking at this idea for it. Getting a wave, actually, let me put that back on. You can see that sits a little bit higher, so let's go like that. Actually. Look at that. Lines, literally, look at that. Lines right up with that trend line. Yeah, so I'm looking for USDT getting into 5.988, 5.980 inside that area. That would push ETH down a little bit lower, potentially coming into these levels. Oops. 32.41 inside these zones. I think on a 55 we're seeing it here too. Yeah, look at the liquidity pockets that we have right over here. So 32, 32.41 inside these areas. Bigger pockets right over here. So I think that we either get that today, which would be perfect. Then we can set up for a long to hold it over the night, over the weekend. I want to see it come down to this level. It looks like it's going to front run it though. Yeah, it flushed that 0.236 area initially, climbed above it and moved. So the sooner it happens, the better it's going to be for a long opportunity. Getting into 5.980 for USDT. And that should open the door for us here. 5.232.
Just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when
I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. Looking at USDT, I mainly like to look at USDT on higher time frames, daily, respectively, just because all the data compiles correctly there. Then sometimes I'll float down to like a 610, and then when I'm looking for entries, trying to build entries on shorts or longs for ETH, then I kind of float down and see what USDT is doing. I'm looking for that signs of weakness on USDT on the lower time frames, to help me build my bias for my positioning on ETH. So, I mean, I've gone down all the way down to 1 minute. This thesis that I'm looking at here, just because it's a little bit clearer for me. Right? I can see that's a clear impulse 1, and then a push down to the downside. That's being a wave 2. And then measuring that out, it literally went into the wave 3 levels right over here. So either it front ran this 0.32 level. It didn't even want to come back and revisit that. It would make sense if it does come back down to these levels, which would push ETH just a little bit higher here in that moment, and then looking to take profits on that, and then look for USDT touching these levels, which would set up for a new potential long on ETH. I think that would be a good enough long, and that long should probably get us right back to, if I come back to my targets for 610, you know, if I can get USDT back down to 5.7, then that should bring my ETH to somewhere around this neighborhood right over here, 33.53, somewhere inside this zone, somewhere inside this pocket. I would love to see a flag, but I think that flag will get invalidated. I will still try to attempt a long, don't get me wrong. In the event that I am wrong, and I am not seeing that, that's just my speculation. I don't want to be caught on the wrong side of it, you know, still holding short, thinking like, oh, it's going to go down, it's going to go down, it's going to go down, and then it decides to pull up. I'd much rather just be hedged in that position, long from, you know, respective targets, levels in that area. If they get invalidated, okay, no problem. I'll have the hedge to protect me in the sense of any burns or anything that I take or that I incur. I am stripping a little bit of profits off of the long here and there. You can see here on the chart we did something small on that one so far. We did roughly around 279 or 400 right now if we were to completely close out altogether. Did close out the long yesterday, as I had mentioned. That one did a little bit over like 2 bands on that one yesterday. And then short, we still have the short from the other day. It just mainly just stripped it to a very dismal runner. Using the hedge to help me build the long. That's the main purpose of it. It's not to be like, oh, I'm gonna turn this into 10 bands. You're very welcome. If you guys are not following the page, please do me a solid. Follow the page, subscribe to the page, turn on notifications. I do stream every single week. I'm trying to maintain to a schedule, but I'm not going to front. Doing 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 hour streams. The next day I'm just like, tired. So trying to manage it accordingly. But so far we have a decent schedule. Mondays 8 to 4:30 bell close. Tuesdays and Wednesdays, those are longer days, 8 through 8. We're doing market open New York through market open for Asia. So those are longer streams. They're going to be about 11 hours. And Thursdays and Fridays we start scaling out, because those are going to be our scaling out. Usually around like 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30, as far as coming on here, and then closing around bell close. Weekends, no streams really going on in that time. You might have a one-off where maybe you're just watching the market and doing some gaming at the same time, maybe I'll set something like that up for us so we can see what that looks like. But your support definitely helps the page altogether. So just quick plug for that. If you guys could help, that'd be great. Short and long at the same time. Not from the same area, no, but that's what a hedge is. A hedge is opening two positions in opposite directions. So my short is from 33.69. And then I have a long here that I've taken some profits on thus so far, but I'd be looking to build that long at these lower levels too. Give me a quick second, guys.
Past the rings of Saturn, across the Milky Way, where it's waiting diamonds. We'll pretend someday, speaking without words, in perfect harmony. I'll run away with you to another galaxy. It was written in a star.
Working across teams is tough, but Asana helps you handle it. Asana AI can spot roadblocks and assign work to keep everything on track. That's how work gets handled. Visit us at asana.com.
Yeah. Everybody knows that I'm breaking down. Everybody knows I ain't faking now. Everybody knows my heart's vacant now. Yeah, she hates me now. I made mistakes, but now I don't ever wanna be alone. I don't really ever feel at home. On my own, in the zone. That's the only way I know. Feeling low, about to blow back up.
I'm back. Appreciate that. Appreciate the sub. Thank you guys. Glad you're being profitable.
I don't really understand, need help. I don't wanna be left on the shelf. Couldn't even hear me if I yelled. It's so cold outside. I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside.
Appreciate the sub. I'm curious, did we actually come to any EMAs? Let's take a look, see if we came into any EMAs. Rejecting that 200. No crossover, and got some deeper ones over here. Yikes. Bouncing off that 50 right now. And we do have a golden cross. Mind you, it's a 144. It's not the strongest of time frames when we're looking at EMAs. Where's that crossover? Our crossover's right here. I can see it right here. Okay. Getting into a crossover. 50's crossed over though so far. Just need that 100 to cross over. So highest time frame per se from an EMA perspective, that's bullish because it gives you the strongest data. Right now, currently is 233. Higher time frames like this one I'm looking at, it's still relatively bearish, but it's building up right over here because we need to start seeing some crossovers. We could come and revisit these areas with a flush. Ah, shoot, didn't mean to do that. So let's see if we can maintain. My bit rate went up. I guess my signal kicked in a little bit better. I don't know what we did.
Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Keep my head up when I act.
What is that? 32, 52?
Keep my head up, staying strong, always moving on. Feel I don't belong, tell my thoughts to move along. Push myself to be the best, die with no regrets. Live with every breath, see my message start to spread. And I had so many dreams, then you hit your
You know what, I'll maintain that. It's really if I get over here. But then I just kind of break even. I'll be a little bit in the red. It'd be like $90 in the red, but it's okay. I can stomach that as far as like a loss goes. Yeah, let's see if I can get that. I'll play around with this. What does that take me all the way down to? 32.29. And I have one at 32.28. Yeah, so that's going to test the 50 EMA. If we can just flush that line, that'd be great. That'd be fantastic. I'm gonna be preparing. You can see it on my screen here. I'm being prepared for like 32.20 and some change.
Shooters gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I fall. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to
You can get a subwave out of that. That'd be great. 1, 2, 3.
everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah. Everybody on the top got the same sound. Everything I'm about to drop, make a name now. Yeah, y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Yeah, I ain't never gonna be the same now. I'ma tear up this whole fucking game now. Yeah, y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. I got so many bars, call it kamikaze. Ain't nobody ever gonna ever stop me. And I know that I could be a little cocky. That's the byproduct of hard work, no it's not free. I'm at a top speed, I think you lost me. Do not cross me, I keep dropping all these hits and I know that they watching. They keep showing up in my place, always knocking. Knock, knock, bitch, I've been standing right here. Been over 3 years and then you just got here. Man, get me a beer and open up the mirrors. Let me show you now what you've been missing for years. Call it premiere, I can take a boy's name and smear, or take it up a gear and end your career and make you feel fear, or make you disappear. Cause I am right here and not going nowhere. Everybody on the top got the same sound. Everything I'm about to drop, make a name now. Yeah, y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Yeah, I ain't never gonna be the same now. I'ma tear up this whole fucking game now. Yeah, y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. And when I rap, yeah, man, I snap fast. Like your girl's back, hit a clap, clap, break it in, smack. Shotty like a quick snack, like it when I'm all up in there. I'm finna win it like I win stacks. Every single that I'm in, man, it's been fat. These haters all get whacked when I spit mags. These haters all get bit in the pit fast. You better get cracked, so you better move back. Y'all don't wanna play with a pro, not today. I'ma make you wish you were gone in my A. You gon' be my bitch, be my pawn when I play. You gon' be my bitch, take a palm to the face. You know I'm your biz when I'm on fucking stage. You ain't never gonna get me to be tame. I go insane, you can't detain this beat, yo, when I came to stay. Cause girl, I came to play. Everybody on the top got the same sound. Everything I'm about to drop, make a name now. Yeah, y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Yeah, I ain't never gonna be the same now. I'ma tear up this whole fucking game now. Yeah, y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know. Y'all don't really know, y'all don't really know.
Excuse me. Can't open that Discord still.
Are we gonna play?
Being ridiculous.
I'm about to take down, you already know. Get the fuck out of my face now, yeah, you gotta go. Man, I'm on the chase now, leave me on my own. I got a chance to break now, here I fucking go. Take control of fate now, I control my flow. And I know that I'll be great, how putting on a show. I know that I'ma stay loud, drowning out the nose. The haters always thinking that they could fucking break me. They're better off eating their own words like pastries. Hate me, and you better find some fucking safety. I'm coming in hot like a bad bitch in pasties. They can't save me, no I ain't lazy, no. But society has me going so crazy, yo. Don't blame me, no my mind's hazy, yo. And I'm sick of me feeling this way daily. I always live my life till it's over, and I will not forgive those who hold me down. And I will never give up, I'm moving forward. And I will never miss my chance, take it now. And I will always live my life till it's over. And I will not forgive those who hold me down. And I will never give up.
All right.
You got one life, so live it right. Keep your friends tight and your family in sight. Never cease to fight for the things you think are right. Cause you just might find you control your own mind. Hey,
You gotta break a structure with a cooldown on a lower time frame.
enjoy the climb, hey, enjoy the grind. Hey, you never really know what's on the other side till you give that shit a try. Know the limit is the sky. Hey, make them take it back what they said about you. Every time they doubt you, make that shit about you. Forget about the clout, yo. Fuck the word of mouth, yo. Keep your head down, yo. Work until you found, yo. Fight until you make it, yo. Don't think it, no, just take it. Don't wait for someone to break it. Take control, then don't just take it. Hey, you can make it happen. You just gotta take some action. Take the ship and be the captain. Head on out and don't look back, yeah. I will always live my life till it's over. And I will not forgive those who hold me down. And I will never give up, I'm moving forward. And I will never miss my chance, take it now. And I will always live my life till it's over. And I will not forgive
Oh, you gonna pull up there? Were you at a 0.5? Nah. Did you pull up at a 0.5? Yeah, you pull up at a 0.5. Interesting.
Yo, all these thoughts keep me up at night.
I mean, you gotta break a structure there on
I
that.
do it right, yeah. All these thoughts keep me up at night, yeah. I can't think straight, need the light. I need to breathe, get me up and out of the sheets, onto my feet.
Alright.
Another cup of coffee and me, that's what I need. My eyes puffy, I can't see. I'm too tired to function, but too lost to sleep. Hey, I think I need to be on something medication. I think I need to figure out the segregation. I think I needed just a better education to understand a world that's so complicated, intoxicated, every night faded, just so I can sleep.
You're welcome, guys.
I feel hated, I feel hatred. I'm lost deep in my mind that I've created. I have dreams where my life is devastated. Feel so real that I wake up shaking. Need thicker skin cause this life is no haven. Nod your head if you get what I'm saying. All these thoughts keep me up at night, yeah. What am I doing? Did I do it right? Yeah. All these
That'll look
thoughts
good for
keep me
E.
up at
I mean
night,
for BTC.
yeah. I can't think straight, need the light, yo. All these thoughts keep me up at night, yeah. What am I doing? Did I do it right? Yeah. All these thoughts keep me up at night, yeah. I can't think straight, need the light. I don't really think I understand this world now. Got my head spinning round in a circle. Everybody lacks what they need internal, so they compensate with everything external. Not trying to throw shade, no way. I'm just trying to find a meaning of life, hey. There's happiness if you try to live the right way. Forget about what others have and live your life, hey. Be aware of who you are, what you're good at. Take a step forward, see where your foot's at. Stand tall, stand proud, talk loud.
Let's
Every
move.
word out your mouth has purpose now. You just gotta get rid of the bad thoughts. Hating others cause you know that they got a lot. Forget that though, you got plenty over there.
And getting close to my entry, it didn't give me my ad. I'll just wait. I'll just wait. I'm not gonna chase that. I mean, like I said, I'm already positioned, but I was looking for ads, seeing if I can get a potential ad. I didn't want to add on this wick. Yeah, I don't trust that bottom right there. I don't trust that bottom. How many of these guys are entering the shorts right now? So still 2 hours. These guys are holding it from 2 hours ago. 32.76, 32.65. Lots of 32.70s and 60s. You need to target the 32.90s if it's going to get any liquidity. What's over here? That's 3,300, so that's that little pocket right there. Let's go down to a little bit lower time frame, see if we can see some. Let's drill down on that a little bit more. Yeah, there's a little bit that built up here. 3251.
Headed for greatness. I'm the type of dude who could really make changes, cause I'm the type of dude that's becoming contagious. I'm the type of dude that will always be ageless.
So if I'm gonna target, I'm gonna target here. 3301. Okay, squeeze all that. Yeah, that pocket developed too. So 3315. Excuse me, I want to see what that looks like on a higher time frame. One, two, three, four. Hold on for a second. Are you 1, 2, 3, 4? But if I count next session, which comes the next 3 hours, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Still same area. Actually, just a little bit higher, just 33.53. Where does that squeeze on liquidity here? Yeah, that takes that whole area out.
always let you chase with me. Now I'll leave your ass in the street.
What is this?
Now I'll put your ass underneath ground. I'll bury you.
Yeah, so it's this small little pocket right over here.
And you better
3350. See if it's gonna target that.
my way. Now it doesn't matter.
It's actually above too. Let's go to a. Just check out a 5-minute real quick.
I'm the type of dude who will not remain nameless. I'm the type of dude who is headed for greatness. I'm the type of dude who could really make changes. Cause I'm the type of dude that's becoming contagious. I'm the type of dude that will always be ageless. I'm the type of dude that will always feel shameless. I'm the type of
That's the top of that right there.
fucking heinous. Cause I'm the type of dude that you know is fucking dangerous.
I don't make that thicker. It's not giving me an option, but you get the idea. That's where I would be targeting. There's a smaller one that sits right over here. 3342s. Yeah, just stagnant. Just typical Friday price action. Around 2:30, markets really start slowing down. 4:30 bell close. You might get a little push here and there. Sometimes you get your anomalies. The other day we saw bell closing like at 5:15, like 40 minutes after bell close. It had that massive pump. You're short from. Oh, you want to short and you're targeting 2281. Okay, that scared me, bro. What do you mean by BL? I don't know. You meant break even? Is that what you meant? I don't know. What do you mean?
Everything you do, I can't seem to get enough. You got me feeling good, yeah, you got me feeling numb. Touching on your body feels like taking on a drug. You got me feeling good, yeah, you got me feeling numb. Everything you do, I can't seem to get enough. You got me feeling good, yeah, you got me feeling numb. Sometimes I'm feeling high, but sometimes I'm feeling low. I wanna stay inside, I could call my bed my home. I've been trapped inside my mind, that's what keeps me in the zone. I think that I'll be fine, but I do not really know, yeah. It's too late for me, not too late for you. To be great, you'll see, the pain's worth the truth. I don't wanna be just
You opened a scalp at 2281?
so you could hear the truth. Yeah, I know that we all have
You mean 3281, right?
in the back of our minds we hear the devil that's in our ear. Let it push you to see.
Right, that's what you meant, right? 3281?
I don't wanna think about the pain no more. Everybody's not the same. We all open different doors. Yeah, we've all got different brains. That's what keeps starting these wars. I just stay within my lane. Hope my words even score. I just try to keep it real. Find a way to buy a meal. Find a way to make a deal. Find a way to help us heal. I don't wanna have regret. That's what pushes me to get everything I wanna get. Work with every single breath, yeah. I know that we all have
High volume mic?
in the back of our minds we
You
hear
can't hear me?
devil that's in our ear. Let it
I'll just turn that down.
see more clear. I know that we all have fear. In the back of our minds we hear.
Maybe that helps. I don't know.
Devil that's in our ear. Let it push you to see more clear.
We'll see. Profit, yeah, profit's profit. Well, you always got to look at it. Profit is profit. Yeah, it could be the music. Maybe it was too loud. I don't know. Only thing I can think of.
And when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something, yeah. Well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust.
I think if I turn, hold on, let me try this.
That's right. Let's go. Yeah. When you're feeling down and you're out.
That might help. Let's see if that helped. Maybe it did. Let me go to settings, go to output real quick. Microphone, monitoring device. That should suffice. Hopefully it does. Now desktop audio is not playing for some reason. That's weird. Hold on. I think I just messed something up. There you go, same. Pushing buttons again. Oh, the music's stopped. It does that anytime I open up a voice meter, it messes with the music. Should have done that. You got a couple that are pulling like Soul. Look at this. What is Soul doing? Sheesh. Soul just pushed. That was a good push. Nah, decent. But yeah, pushing a lot stronger. Yeah, I haven't traded this in a long time. Might get back into that. Might get back into trading grass. Rose. Rose is up, what, 3%? Already, LTC. Yeah, LTC looks like it's about to die, though, to be quite honest. That's just on an 8-minute. Let's go to a 4-hour. Hold on real quick, guys. Music stopped for me, and that's kind of a bummer. I need my music. So hold on. Let me fix something on my side. Gotta reopen it. Hold on. Audio render error. Oh man. Let me try to fix something here. Turn the mic up a little bit there for you. Hopefully you can hear me a little bit better through there. Hmm. No bueno on the music. Let's see if that helps.
Trading isn't about being early.
There it
it's
is.
about being accurate. AI does both. If you're still spending 20 to 30
There we go. Yes. There you go. All right, audio coming in good. Got good audio. You hear music? Yes, yes. I know nothing about Zach. Like everything's forming an ascending triangle. Or symmetrical, excuse me. Almost the same thing as ETH, to be honest with you, except this one is running like a symmetrical pattern. But I think it's going to give the opposite. Just considering where USDT's at. Probably got a small little push into this. It doesn't bother me on my side. I mean, I'm not listening to myself. So, but what I will do is I'll turn it down just a little bit. I can hear the music fine. I knew I was tripping. Okay. Sure, you could probably most likely. What if you see like it's just a flush like that?
Today I'm going to make a beat. We're going to Output's new plugin co-producer, play your beat. It's going to analyze it. You put in the key G minor and then describe what we want. Funky electric organ. And based off your audio, it's going to give you samples that fit perfectly with it. Absolute lifesaver. Let's take a listen to some. Yes. Drag it in. We need like...
What am I listening to?
I'm going to click these three dots to show similar samples.
Just an ad?
Like that.
Trying to find the right octave for music versus. If I could just see this a little bit better, that'd be great. I can't see both of them, but that's fine. I can use that. Alright. I messed that up. Look at that wave 3. That's a strong wave 3, so let's see what I got from that. Yeah, that's insane. Very uncommon.
Me leva pra longe, longe sem pensar. Teu toque me prende, faz meu mundo girar. No ritmo do vento, começo a levitar.
It's extremely uncommon.
Mas quero continuar. Tuas ondas batem no meu peito sem parar. Quando chega perto não sei nem respirar. Tua sombra dança no meu corpo devagar. A noite chama, vem comigo se soltar. Teu calor me muda, me deixa em febre. Quando vejo a luz em você tudo desce. O som me empurra.
That just screams a massive push down to the downside.
Comigo antes que isso aconteça. Teu sorriso corta tudo ao
Wow.
meu redor. Quando fico longe tudo perde o tom.
Wow.
Seu movimento perco
I could be, yeah, I'm wrong on that.
sigo tua vibração. Chama que eu vou te encontrar. Nem o céu consegue segurar. Se o mundo travar, deixa travar. Nosso ritmo ninguém vai parar. Me leva pra longe, longe sem pensar. Teu toque me prende, faz meu
What? That's not right. Why is it? Am I losing my mind here? Why does TradingView show us that when that's wrong? Oh, I was on the wrong candle. I'm retarded. Okay, thank you. At least I fixed it. It's fine. $24.27. Okay, that's fine. Just in case. Okay, I see what you did there. You just flipped. But it's not even strong resistance though. It's basically, yeah, okay. I see that. I see that. I can see why that would bounce there, okay. Alright, if it were to have manipulation and move down lower. ETH is dropping, hold on, I'll go back to Zach in a second. Very thin layer.
With YouTube Premium, you can watch ad-free, offline, and in the background, and listen ad-free on the YouTube Music app. That's right, one subscription, 2 apps. There's more to discover with Premium. Try 1 month free.
Huh. Oh, I'm doing something incorrectly. Brain fart. Sorry, guys. You're gonna go for an advanced wave? Wow. That's if you bounce from there. But if you come down lower, that puts you at classic. That's what it would look like from me. That's how I would structure that. It's a total pattern, I can tell. More like an advanced wave. If I can find you and you. That kind of lines up with more, so I like that better. These are just represent TPs for me. Really, if I even see it. Hold on, just checking on something real quick. Okay. That would be my bearish narrative. We come back and retest those areas. Right, and we can even break down and come down to into like right over here. Right, so like if we were to break down here and now and come down to these levels, then this wave 4 is just not complete. Let me actually move this over. That looks healthier. So that's what I'd be looking for. Long it back into this zone, maybe you make another all-time high. Maybe you get like a double top inside this area, inside this region. I would definitely start looking at stripping inside this zone. And then start building a short here in this area. You know, as long as we don't breach this 1.1188 area, which I don't think we should. Yeah, I'd go to this pocket right over there. Alright, that's Zek for you. If you're in Discord, I'll post it inside my corner. Maybe right now, not now, but I'll post it inside my corner. If you want to just take a screen grab of that, you can do that too. That's really what I'd be looking for. No, that's Zek. I was just doing Zek. I'll look at take a look at Soul. I think I had this is an old Soul idea that I had. Yeah. Yeah, this one's already been mapped out for like months, man. Months. November? So where are you? Navarro on a 2-day? Yeah, this is back in November when I started mapping this out. I had a long, not me personally, I was giving long setups up into this region and then shorting down into this level, and I still think it can reach this level. That looks like a 1, so you make it like a 2 here and then get a big 3 down to here. That's what it looks like. But that's Soul. Look at that. Is that a shaved bottom? No, it's not. There's a little tiny eensy weensy wick right there. Rising 3, maybe. Maybe. 1, 2, 3, up. Possibly. Quite possible. No, I think that's relatively clean. That was our breakup from earlier. That's 1362 ideas. Where do you come from? You don't belong there. Yeah, it's trying to hold this line right over here. Did a pretty good job of that, but now it's facing this new resistance area. This red spider line. From a spider line perspective. I think we got it. Yeah, we're on a new session. Yeah, we're on a new session on 1362. Got to pay attention to that. It's front red. It's a couple by entry level so far, which tells us we'll probably get an impulse here. We'll get a subwave. 1, 2, 3. Let's play around with that for a second here. Actually, we'll look at that on the way down too. That would be ideal. That would be a weak subwave right there, so that would be ideal. False breakout right over here. Get all the people that are going to try to retest that, and then you'll see a flush down, sweeping that. And then that would invalidate it. But that would invalidate on a 4. So you'd have to bounce here, 3286. You'd have to maintain that. I don't know, I feel like it would invalidate that. Because where's a 5 going to take me? So maybe I get a little bit higher and still get invalidation. Let's go here. It's close enough. Let's go here. 3370. Yeah, so maybe that's the case right there. Yeah, we're gonna look for that. And what's over here at 30? Yeah, and wave 5. Actually, I already know this from memory. On an 89 minute. Where are you? See? Coming back and revisiting this same fib level over and 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 over again. And we keep closing underneath it, just as an FYI, on an 89 minute. Just like on the higher time frame 610 to 1362 time frame, we keep closing underneath 3353. Slightly lower time frames, we keep closing underneath 3371. I wouldn't be surprised if we revisit that thing for the umpteenth time. Yeah. So it's just speculative. I'm not going to hang on to these ideas. It's just something that I was looking at, seeing if I can get a move up. What potential targets I can look at from a subway perspective. Actually, don't even need this idea. I'm just gonna. I'll keep that. That's fine. Just because I was looking at support to see if I can maintain this, or if I sweep here, and then I gotta start that all over again. Oi. All right, we got about an hour here, guys. So feel free to fire away any questions or anything like that. Oh, good song. Yeah, I would. I'd look for that level. And that's right around where my entry's at. 33.69. I've shorted that level several times now already. Taking profits, go back up, took profits. We go back there again, then I would look to build a short in that area. If it pushes through and goes a little bit higher, I'm just going to look for the higher level. My overall thesis is, the higher that we go, the deeper we're going to go down lower. So maybe January hasn't topped out yet. Maybe January tops out around 3,400, 3,500s. Well, I'd say like 34.49, 34, 35, 35.74, up to right around like 36.51, right? So those are the levels that I ideally would be looking at. I have some confidence that sits over here at 35.64. I got another one that sits around 35.74. So I would most likely go pretty aggressive on a short if we reach that level, to be honest with you. Quite aggressive. I don't want to say full port, but it's going to look really close to it. I'd go on a heavy short on that. And that would probably be a swing short for me. Until we swept the lows of last year, until we swept 26.23 and tapped into 25.16, then I'd start looking at taking heavier profits, and then seeing if there's an opportunity to start building building a long from those levels. That would be my play. Yeah, it's about time, ETH. Everything else is pushing. Sol pushed, LTC pushed, Hyper pushed. Where's crypto? That'd be great. I'll give you crypto. I don't want that. I want specifically crypto. Oh, here we go. Oh, God. What is this coin? I don't even know what that is. Crew?
Falling for his slice, angel in disguise, hear him calling out your name.
That's not XRP. That's a different type of coin for XRP.
Solutions fight the raging hurricane. Take a deep breath, hold on. Face the demons you fear till they're gone. Don't be fooled by their charm. It is time that you sound the alarm.
What I'm looking for is something that's more realistic. I'm not looking at 300 plus type of coins. You know, 5% moves, 10% moves.
Hear the voices humming in your mind. He will never let you
What's this?
You're bewitched by the devil's lullaby.
Interesting.
Dance away in the dead of the night. Hear the voices humming in your mind.
All right, ETH, you're moving up. Okay.
Never let you out of sight.
You can see what I'm looking at. Uh, 33, between like 30. Here, I'll go here real quick. This level right over here, was it on 1362? Yeah, so what is that? 33.49? 33.53, we're like splitting hairs, so I would look to start building inside that area. If we can get 33.70, it's, you know, between 33.53 to 33.70. That's where I would look to start building. If we can get that. But I think we'll most likely get a little push down before we can get a push up. So intraday type of setups, if you will. I want to go back to this. Did you erase what I was looking at? Okay.
Far in the distance, I see a light, wondering if it's the enemy line. We stand united, our heads held high, got no other choice but to hold on, survive. Once the demons show, we take control, conquering the wildfire.
I don't want to delete it. I just want to change it back.
The way, fight till the end of the day. Hear the voices ringing out our battle cry. Soon we'll be touched by the sky. Rising from the ashes, we will never die. Can you feel the power of our battle cry?
What are you? This big this. What is this called? You're not even on. You're not even on where I'm trading, so I'm gonna ignore you. Yeah, what is that? Definitely, I won't even touch that with a 5-foot pole. What is this? Jeez, baby. This is just brain rot. Let's just look at that. Bro. Lush. Flush, 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 flush. No, wouldn't touch that. That's ridiculous. Where are you located? Dusk? I think Dusk is on... Yep, you're there. Do you have it for perpetual? Yeah, you do. Thank you. Ooh, that looks like something I could play with. Okay, so you look like you're inside of a channel. Are you October? Yeah, see, that's an anomaly. I still don't, I don't want to measure to you. I'll measure to you. Still an anomaly, but I gotta use it. Should have really stopped there. But it flushed that area, so no. Unless you went 3. But see, that's not even a 4. That doesn't even make any sense. So I'm still either... Probably still inside of a 4. Ooh, you might be getting set up for one. I need to measure that quickly. Alright, alright, alright. Oh yeah, you got room. But what did wave 2 do? So maybe you're flat. Because wave 2 definitely looks sharp. Oh no, you didn't. You went to flat levels. That's what's up. Okay. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Okay. Get rid of you. I don't need you. I don't need you. And I don't need you. So oh yeah, that's gonna move. Unless you just gave me 0.236. That's the only way that changes. Okay. So you're definitely not gonna give me... I know you're not gonna give me 0.5. I'm gonna maintain this level right over here. That puts me right around there. So that makes... I like that a little bit more. Alright, so let's go here. Bro, just give them a gangbusters right there. Give them a gangbuster. actually wave, I think wave 5 might be actually kind of weak. Might get truncation on a wave. But if I go here, I still get truncation. No, I actually don't. I get a little bit lower down into that level. But if I come to here, then I'm going to get truncation. So, alright. Regardless, if I can get a double top, then I can get a reversal. Then I'm going to be a little bit more open with that stop loss. Why are you so ridiculous? Don't. Go up. I need to add this coin.
Asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone.
Okay, that gives me some dates. So if I'm gonna go X, A, B, C, D, okay. That makes so much more sense though if I go that way, if I go this way. Pretty wide load over there, but... And what do I have over here? Nothing really. So yeah, I'm gonna go back to what I was looking at originally there. I don't know where this is gonna go. Just speculating on that, but I'm looking for a wave B into a wave C.
Awesome. Let me get the contract.
One last thing. You're SOC 2 compliant, right?
This is playing the wrong music. Changing the music up. All right. Okay. I'd probably be a little bit more flexible with this. Go like right above it. Ideally, I want to see that it can maintain inside this zone. But that's the short that I would be looking for. I'm going to open this up again. Okay, ETH is actually moving. It's great. I can pay attention to other stuff. And maybe you have bigger swings this way. But then the wider that goes, the further that's going to go. So let's just assume there's a flush on dusk. Mind you, this is in May. You can see, look at the dates. This is in May. And then this is sometime in February. Which kind of lines up with what I was saying. Or even for ETH, you know, ETH trying to maintain these levels, getting a big push inside of February, and then literally reversing it going all the way through March. Because April, May, June, I believe those are going to be consolidation months. And then July, we should actually start seeing impulses up to the outside. Then we should have remainder of pushes up going into 2027. So that would line up with that. Yeah, I'm gonna run with that. I'm gonna keep that idea. Somebody just needs to remind me later to post this inside my corner. I'll wait for that. That'll probably be the only other coin that I'll do this year. Just personally, something that I like, that I'm looking at. It's running into an exhaustion, so it's probably gonna start. Yeah, it's running into high ADX levels. There's no sell signal yet. You can possibly build like a swing short on that. But if that thing starts to thrust, yeah, I like to see price action come to fib levels. Right? Sometimes it may front run it and then I'm like, all right, bet, then I'm out, then I'll wait. Let's say I never do get entry, then I'd be looking for something like this over here. And I'd ride that all the way to all-time high wherever this decides to go. But ideally, I'd like to see it, you know, sometime between now and February, get into these levels and then start building a short on that. As a matter of fact, what I'm going to do here, just so that that way I don't miss it, I'm going to go ahead and move dusk right underneath ETH. So you guys know what I'm looking at. What's up with 3287? I don't know. I haven't looked at it. I've been looking at dusk right now. Looks good on USDT. Yeah, it's okay. It needs a 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it needs a close underneath here. This is what we were looking at earlier. Making sure that we got a close beneath it. Without a doubt, I'll get a pivot point here, pivot point here. It's just a matter of, do I have the right pivot point here, or do I need to use this pivot point from right over here? And then I get something that's smaller. Yeah, see, I got a pivot here. I don't have a pivot there. Yeah, it's a little bit more realistic, Saint. Yeah, we'll run with that. It didn't give me a pivot here and didn't give me a pivot here. That's fine. It'll probably give me a pivot once I get something inside of these areas. At least a little bit more manageable. Somebody asked about what's up with 3287. Let's take a look. No, it's good. We got some whales that are sitting inside that area. that are shorting from that zone. We can see them here on our wallet tracker. We saw some earlier. Let's check on them now. Let's see where they're at. Let's do a little refresh. 3283, 3276, like, yeah. 3289s, 3293. It's coming back for those. Just gonna try to squeeze those guys out. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I agree with that statement in the sense of collecting the liquidity. I mean, it is crypto, so crypto does things that just don't make sense sometimes. But yeah, this block that sits, did you have 3010 level? 3010. Okay, yeah. I think that was. That's like right around here in this area, but there's not that much liquidity. Even if I'm looking at a 5-minute, lower time frame, we got a little bit more liquidity that sits like right around 33.42 up to 33.55, and then in retrospects to our charts, that's this level right over here, 33.49. That changes the setup phase if we were to go back over there. So I would anticipate a wick to get in that area. 33.53, it's long-term support, or was long-term support that got flipped because this was a support level that actually took us into an all-time high. This was the last bounce, boink, and then took us into our all-time high. And now we're rejecting that support area, so we're retesting it. So I think we'll get a couple more tests. Maybe we get all the way into 33.71 inside that area because we have a fib level. But definitely for me, I think 33.49, 33.53, 33.71, those areas that we can build a short into that area and write it down until we get to somewhat lower levels, 32.40s, 32.30s. And if we have a flush, then we get down to 32.07, then we reassess and see if we can actually build along from that level. Because we can see we can get all the way down into these levels right over here and still be inside of a flag. We could still be inside of a flag. And then maybe this opens up a little bit more. Let's just go ahead and assume. Maybe it does one of those. Right? Maybe I'm running it high and tight. Hang on for a quick second, guys. Give me a second. I gotta make a quick phone call, so give me a second. What's up, Chief? I've been good, man. I've been good. I'm finishing stream here, probably like 30 minutes, 40 minutes or so. I can give you a buzz right back. Oh. Yeah, I'll give me like 40 mics. All right, brother. Bye. Oh. And that actually lined up freaking perfect. Couldn't do that twice if you paid me. What was I saying? Sorry. A good buddy of mine. You know, when he calls, usually when something's going on, so make sure he's good. It was just a life check call. It doesn't make sense to collect liquidity. Yeah, we went over that just now. If you adjust this before, but you do think can impact this next week's. I mean, that's fundamental news. I mean, fundamental news can sometimes, you can expect bullish or bearish results, and we get a big fat nothing burger. There's times where, you know, you have CPI news, and sometimes that information is already priced into the markets, and everybody's expecting a certain move, and that doesn't come to fruition. So, me personally, I don't look at fundamental news. I'm 99.9% a technical trader. I don't disdain from it. I just don't build my setups or my thesis around those. I wait for the reaction to it, and then I just react to whatever that news is. If that makes sense to you guys. We are pumping to liquidate them. I mean, I could see that. I don't understand the logic behind. I feel like people are just spamming this short button, like right here in this area. You know, the mindset that they want it to be a market maker, and short resistance. But I think the real big boys in there were just kind of sitting on the sideline, just watching everybody. And then you have your whales, because they have big portfolios, but they're like, I'm a whale, I'm going to push the price. Not one whale's going to do that. I mean, we're talking about billions. Not billions, billions need to be in there in order to move that price. So, you know, you'll have an orchestration of whales getting together, not just mainly the ones that we're tracking here. But some of the bigger whales that are out there, that they've been longing from like 31.47. Some have been adding to the position and holding, and they've been holding that position for like 7 days or so. So I believe they are anticipating getting back into these areas. And if it goes a little bit higher, then so be it. We're positioned or ready for that long. But I think, in my opinion, we would have another test of that area. I'm going to attempt to build some shorts inside that zone. And if it gives, then I'm going to hold until we get back down into these levels. You know, the 32.32 level down to like 31.92. And then I would attempt to build longs in that area. And then try to take that long up to 3,500, and then just back and forth, back and forth. That's exactly what I'm doing. So that's essentially going to be level to level type of trading. A lot of just sitting and holding though. The levels that I was looking for didn't come back to it. I didn't add it. I didn't want to chase or anything like that. I'll just be patient. I'm happy with what I have so far. It's a Friday. It's not a big day. You know, Thursdays and Fridays, smaller positions. Mondays, maybe even Sundays, you know, start scaling in. Tuesdays and Wednesdays, really bigger positions. I think Tuesdays are going to be the real big day for us. But we'll see. We'll see if we can flush this area. If we can flush this zone. Build in some noise over here, some price action right over here. USDT is falling. Yeah, it is, but it needs to close underneath. 1, 2, 3, 4. It needs to close underneath here. That's wrong. Sorry about that. there, the setup phase changed. I was like, what is going on? And it was tracking too far back on that. Let me make sure I'm not doing the same thing here. I messed that up. I know I didn't. It shouldn't have done that. Okay, good. I was like, why isn't the setup phase changing here? But yeah, 4 back. 1, 2, 3, 4. So the setup phase just switched over here. But there's still another 3 hours left inside of here. So it could always just kind of stop right here and then pull right into this level at some point. So just be diligent. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to look at just skimming a little bit off of here. And that way it just doesn't make the time wasted per se. It's a little bit longer to make the profits that I was looking for, but these moves were entered in like around what time was this at? So 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30. So 6 hours. 6 hours of work. You know, like $700 for the day. That's not bad at all. Like I was telling most people inside of a corner, you know. Some doctors make $500 a day. I'm going to be on here for roughly about 30 more minutes. Fridays going into market close. So only saying that because if there's anything that comes up here now, feel free to reach out. I won't be streaming on the weekend. I will be posting some ideas and setups inside of our corner if they manifest and come to fruition over the weekend. So if you're part of Discord, you can see some of those ideas inside my corner. My DMs will always be open to you guys. You can message me literally anytime. But I usually take like Saturday off, just decompress. Sundays I'm still off, and then right around like 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock on Sundays, I start looking at the charts, and then Sunday start positioning myself. Oh, what I want to see happen, and be prepared for it on Monday. Yeah, right. ETH is the only one that's not moving right now. But I don't, you know, I'm not gonna get ahead of myself because, like I was saying before, you know, this level needs to change here, and that's got like 3 hours, and we can just get a big fat reverse Uno in that sense. Am I positioned long in the event that it goes hard? Yeah, I'll take it. No complaints. No complaints. But it's just not something I'm not going to get ahead of myself. You know, seeing one candle move up, I'm like, okay, here we go, all-time high. Or here we go, 3,500. If that were to happen, I'd be happily to be wrong. No problem. Hey, that's what's up. So, you know, good recovery. That's what's up. Good recovery. Congratulations, Tom. That's what's up. Now, my question to you is, was that profit from was lost from being inside the stream, and was the profit from being inside the stream, or were you just using the stream as confluence? I'm just curious. I appreciate the love on that. You're very welcome, bro. You're very welcome. That's what's up. Good, good. That's what I care about. You know, that when you guys are in these streams, you guys are learning, you guys are growing. I'll sprinkle some word over you guys. Make sure you guys are getting some word throughout the day. But as long as you guys are growing, these are becoming beneficial to you. Let's check on some of these whales real quick and see what these whales are doing, how they're holding out. They're probably still holding their positions. Sorry about that. I need to make a pit stop here. After this, look at these whales. Oh, you're welcome. You're very welcome. Yeah, so just look at the inverse move on USDT compared to ETH. So if you see USDT, you know, topping out or something like that, then you know you should be looking at longs. And if you see USDT bottoming out, you should be looking at shorts for ETH. We want to check on these whales real quick. Yeah. Well, just understand the emotions, but that's perfectly normal, brother. That comes with the territory. We have some really profitable traders inside of our Discord that are highly emotional. So, you know, use it as a weapon if that makes any sense. 3287, 3276. These guys are getting squeezed. 3265s. Those guys are getting squeezed. Now, my concern would be is who's longing this. So one just an hour ago, 3270. Yeah, he caught that small little dip that was right over here. Yeah, he caught that right over here. I should have followed suit on that. I should have added to my position, but I didn't. So now just leave these little baby runners going through the remainder of the day. If I get back to my short entry, I look for an add back on my short. Then my long will then become my hedge protection per se. And then if I can get down a little bit lower, then my short that is still active is my hedge protection for me to add back to my long. Hopefully you guys are, you know, identifying how to hedge inside of these. I know I haven't had a dedicated class inside Discord in that, but I mean, if you guys are watching me every day, you see that mainly we're building hedges, taking profits and then building hedges. It's, you know, you don't have to be bullish, you don't have to be bearish. You know, like I am whatever price action gives me. That's what I am. And in my personal opinion, and it's only opinion, I feel like that's the best way to trade. I am whatever the market's going to give me. Like I'll post a bullish setup, and, you know, targeting all-time highs, and then all of a sudden people see that I'm posting shorts. And I'm like, but wait, I thought you were bullish. I'm like, I am, but I'm not going to miss opportunities. If you're trapped in your hedges, then you're hedging too close. You're either one, you're hedging too close on price action, too close of levels. You should have at least like an 80 pip swing between the two of them. You should have at least that type of separation, at least 80 pips away, which is a little bit more than 2% from price action. So, you know, price action can move 1%, 2%, but if you're less than 1% in the sense of your hedge, then you're going to feel squeezed. You're going to get analysis paralysis. You're going to be like, I don't know which side to close. I don't know which one to close. And then you'll close one, and then it goes in that direction, and then you're going to kick yourself. I'm like, why did I close that? And then you're sitting in the red in the other one that you felt like you should have had. So you might just want to look for better hedges where they're at least, you know, give yourself a rule. I'm like, am I at least 80 pips away from my current entry point? And if I am, okay, let me start building in that area. So like if someone shorted here 32.96 and they longed 32.50s, you know, that's You're like 40 pips away. I think that's a little bit risky in my opinion. I don't think the risk reward makes sense to do it from that level. They're all reliable. I use CoinGlass from 8 hour down all the way to like a 5 minute just to see where the liquidity sits on a 5 minute. But the rule of thumb is this: is whether you're looking at heat maps or you're just looking at charts, it's data. The better data and the stronger data is going to be on the higher time frames. The move will occur first on the lower time frame. So if you have your bias, your thesis established on the higher time frame, you want to execute from the lower time frame so you can get, quote unquote, snipe entries. This is why you'll see me bouncing between higher time frames down to lower time frames, seeing what's maturing. So essentially here on like a 1362, this is my higher time frame, but that's still quote unquote in a bearish type of downtrend. If I get a high move up to this level in this area, so the next day, which would be tomorrow, in the next hour and a half, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. It still puts us right in that same level, 33.49. So that tells me, that's the last hoorah area that it needs to reclaim. If not, then it needs to flip this level, which is a lot easier. But before it flips this level, it'll probably come back to these zones, maybe even a little bit lower, and that's going to be the area that it needs to flip. So your next session would put us right over here at 33.49. This is why I was saying I looked into potential shorts inside that zone. If it holds that area for 20 hours, 16 hours plus, then yeah, it has a higher probability of going up. But maybe it goes into that level and then it starts retracing all the way back down. I think we have a change of character. No change of character yet. Yeah, no change of character yet. And I think we were looking at 233 from a... Yeah, so we still have this over here. Rejecting off of that 50 quite well. That was a good rejection off of that 50. But see, we've gone above that 50 before. I'm just pointing it out here that it rejected off of that. So you know what? I'm going to do something a little risky here simply because I have the room for it.
just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with.
Could have added right there, which was a little bit higher, but that's okay. Mine was at 92. I had a small add to my short. Just took something a little risky there in the event that USDT pulls back up here. You know, it's got 2.5 hours left inside of it.
I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us.
Yeah, no, are you talking about for coin class? Hey, you got those. You have those options. Mine's a free version. That's what I'm using. So here, look. I'm gonna put it in the chat for you. It's the legend. Right. Look in my head. Yeah, that looks a little bit more realistic. Boink, 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 boink. I'll take the short term in the meantime.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down.
Gonna make another cup.
Afraid to live this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in us. They know we'll
That looks like a rising 3. 1, 2, 3. If that thing pulls all the way back up, Yep.
Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up. Tonight, we gonna light it up, babe. Tonight, we gonna light it up. Just like the sunrise, we gonna light it up.
I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. Oh, you meant the world to me.
I think that was a shaved head. That's why it's clearing that now. What is it on a 3 minute?
My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows
Yep.
in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. I prayed for you.
1, 2, 3, 4. Definitely come back to 3281. I mean, I think at minimum. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Thanks, man. Much love, man. Appreciate that. Much love.
Point in blaming you, you did not know.
32.84. Yeah, let's see what happens here at 32.81. Bell close here coming soon. And start winding down. You get another little flush down, you know, between now and Asia. You can kind of look at it as maybe a potential long opportunity there. It's going to be kind of stagnant on Saturday, so you might be holding it if you're not comfortable with holding something like that overnight, because anything can happen really on the weekends. Right? We saw a pump, and that came out of nowhere. So you just got to be diligent when it comes to that stuff, guys. That's all. I'm going to start wrapping up the stream here like in the next 4 minutes or so. So if you guys have questions, anything that you want me to touch on real quick, you know, something quick, then I'm happy to assist and shed some light on it. Little push up like that, that'd be great. But it looks like we're running sideways. Most of them already exited right around like 11:30, probably even 12:30 inside that time frame. I think majority of them already got out for the day. I wouldn't say traders, but like big institutional money. This way.
Think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face. Got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. You break your back to make me feel again. Suffocate to make me breathe again. Lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change.
All right.
I stopped asking for forgiveness, 'cause you should know only fools tread where the angels.
Before I hop off here, just want to say thank you guys for rocking and vibing with me throughout the entire week. If you enjoyed this week, you had a profitable one, you learned altogether, or just basically you enjoyed kicking it with us, definitely look to subscribing to the channel, setting your notifications. I'll be here every single week doing pretty much the same thing. This is what you see. What you see is what you get, in the sense of entries, stop losses, thought process behind it, deep dives into coins, and ultimately ideas overall. I am a full-time trader, so this is something that I will be doing on a day-to-day basis. If that's something that you're looking to venture into, stick by my hip. I'll help you, guide you as best as I possibly can. If you're part of our Discord family, you guys already know the drill. I'll be posting some setups inside of the corner. If you're not, look for me on Twitter. Send me a DM over there. I'll walk you through as far as how to gain access to our exclusive group. It's completely free to you, just like these streams are completely free to you. It's just all about showing up at the end of the day if you want to elevate and rise in your game when it comes to being a trader. Other than that, be profitable for the remainder of the week. Please be safe as you enter into the weekend. And above all, God bless you guys. Let peace and rest find you throughout the course of the weekend. We will attack again on Monday. Much love, guys. Peace.